And welcome in. Private use, what's that? Somebody that reads the title, that's hilarious. Um, well, you know that I don't know if you know that I've been working on the edit for the map, but I have a save that I started last week. So I'm on Yukon Valley 16x map for anybody else that's out there. I did do I started playing last week when it was released on Friday, I think last week. And I had been watching another content creator who had been playing with the train mods, and I wanted to implement them in the map. And of course, the built-in train system is designed for the Giants train system, which isn't compatible. And there's a shout out from Mr. Farmer Marks. So the first edit I did is I edited the two map trains to the cars I wanted to use. And I started playing, and I was, trying to figure out how to work the map, what's required. There's terraforming is needed to get all of the mining materials, which is cool. I just started logging one of the areas. I started combining some of the fields, and then I'm like, no, I really want to use the train mods. So there's two train mods. Where am I here? And they actually conflict together. They throw a bunch of errors. So the ZCA1 conflicts with I don't know, is it J Wiggles, I think, or Wheezy or something like that. They're both using a categorizer, and they both name the categories the same. So they do throw this the J Wheezy one throws a bunch of um, icon errors. Like, I don't know, I haven't even looked at them. They still work, but there's a bunch of errors in there. And he has a bunch of trains, right? Like, there's just a bunch of train engines. Like I said, there's a bunch of icons that aren't working. Um, so like I said, I really wanted to implement this into my playthrough, right? Because I'd watched somebody, and I thought they were adding it to their existing train system. Well, no, they can't. Um, the trains won't run on the Giants trains because of the way the collisions are. They must have been just making separate train routes, loops, and stuff like that. I guess I don't know. I wasn't paying that super close attention. So then I took a closer look, and I'm like, okay, well, like I said, I don't want to take out the existing train. Like, I'm not a map person. Like, I've kind of done some map editing in 22. I know that you have to do it before you start your save. So what I've done, and I don't track my hours. I wish I had, but I easily put on 50 hours or more editing the train tracks. So if I go, you can see the red is the collision. So before it was a solid box over the whole rail, but the modded trains need rail collisions only. So I had to go in and replace every single collision on every single piece of track. So that was fine. And then I'm like, okay, well, I need to start adding switches so I can expand, right? I don't want to be, like I said, I didn't want to edit the map. Like I don't even know where to start. And in like leveling the ground or anything like that. Like, I know how to add. I was pretty sure I knew how to add and remove stuff from the map because I know I removed some bunch of stuff from NBC Acres in 22. I also know if the map maker makes any updates to the map, I have to redo everything, or not redo everything, but I can't update the map. So I worked on this Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday I started testing like I am right now, and the train just cannot do 113 kilometers at all. Like I've managed to go around doing about 30, and I've started testing last night with having some cars, and well, that just added more problems because it adds weight. The cars add weight, a little bit of weight, and I don't know how much. I haven't looked at any of the car XML stuff. And I also can't figure out why some of the switches I've added are at the right height and other ones are a little bit lower. And I'm like, all you do is you copy the the coordinates and put them in. Oh, let's see, I'm not even on the track. So I said derailment. Oh, I didn't unlock the wheels. That's what I didn't do. I was rushing to go live. The J Wiggles trains are a lot harder to put on because they're bigger. So it's harder to see all of the wheels. And they're all three-wheel train, or at least the ones I've bought so far are all three wheels, where the other mod is only two wheels, and they're shorter. It's only one in. Well, I think there's three engines, but I've been only testing with one. But I like the looks of these ones, right? They're more, well, for me, from where I grew up and how I lived close to trains almost everywhere I lived in my life. And my dad was a huge model railroader. Well, I was at the age of 13 when I got my first train set, but a couple years later, it became my dad's passion, and he spent the rest of his life playing with a huge model railroad. I didn't even know how to run it when he passed away, and we all went to my mom's house and stuff, my brothers and I. And nobody knew how to operate the train. And I wish I could have taken it off my mom's hands, but we ended up dismantling it, and she's been slowly trying to sell off what's there for the last 10 years. Anyway, so I really want to use the trains, but I know I was messaging with Farmer Marks yesterday. I said, I don't, like, oh, I keep forgetting to unlock the wheels. Chat, I'm not focusing. But derailments are brutal because the train takes so long to stop. So you have to unfold the wheels, and I keep forgetting that, or else it won't turn. And all the shrubs and stuff on this map right by the train tracks, it makes it really hard to see the wheels. I'm not even sure if I'm getting on properly. So the collision on the wheels has that little lip. Like if you know what a train wheel looks like, there is just a slight little collision that keeps the train on the rail. So that's why it derails like the slightest little. So like I said, I'm not sure if I have the patience for this kind of stuff. Because can you imagine if you had like 8 cars or something? And I've had 2, and they came off and they got stuck together, and I couldn't separate them. You know how they get all glitchy inside of each other? I couldn't get them unstuck, and I was way on the other side of the map, and I'm like, well, I can reset them, but I'm going to lose. I had to put some grain in it for testing purposes. Okay, unlock the wheels. There we go. And we can take a corner. But even trying to put all 3 cars back on the track was just a gong show, like out in the middle of. Okay. I do need to figure out how to level because I found a spot where the ground is too high and the collisions are getting. But I've gone over this thing like multiple times during testing, and then this morning I derailed this one spot and I hadn't derailed. So that's the other kind of frustration because I keep derailing at different spots. This track, this loop, if you're familiar, there's 2 loops on this map. There's one that we're going here. Oh, I don't have course play. But it goes around the lower L. There's an L shape there along 30, 31, 32, and then it loops back up, goes along the water. And then the other one, again, I can't show you because I don't have my mouse. So like I said, it's been a lot of testing the last, like Thursday. I started testing Wednesday on this loop, and then I'm like, well, let's get the second loop all converted over. So I literally powered through it on Thursday. I got it all converted over, and then I started testing yesterday, and I hadn't really driven on that loop at all, even with the in-game engine. And there's a big hill, and you can't stop going downhill. The brakes do nothing at all. The engine goes right up to 100 and something, and there's corners at the bottom of both hills. So I'm like, you're probably going to derail every time you go up that, and it's a hill, so you have to go around the loop. So it kind of discouraged me because I have no way of controlling that speed. The engine doesn't do anything braking at all. So this is the first switch I added. And again, I don't know. Like I said, every time you go over it, I go over it fine, and then the next time I go over it, I derail. Like it's so hit miss. And I've just done little tracks on the corner out. Like again, it's going to be for me to figure out how I want to expand. I want to do a train yard right here. That's my first kind of thing. I'm going to flatten it all out, and the one train set, this one, the placeable one, has a bunch of. Again, it's inside the construction menu. Has a bunch of pre-done track stuff, like train yard stuff. So like I said, it's the first time I've used the train mod. I never used it in 22. I had it, but I never used it. I never used them. And even in rivers, I was thinking about it, but it's the hills. Like you can't have it going up and down. Have you know? I've never played it before. Apparently, it's the map maker, Honor, I think is his name, from the Realistic Gaming crew. He usually does like mining or gold mining kind of maps and logging, forestry maps. So this is the third one he's released for 25. I know I have the website. I can't get out of my. If you're interested, it's a 16x PC only map. It is very no man, lots of trees. It's terraform ready, so you need terraform if you want to do any of the mining and all the productions. You gotta have dirt, so you gotta have terraforming to get dirt. So you get dirt, and then you break it up into I can't remember. It's like stones, sand. I don't have it on this map going. On my other save, I had some stuff going, and then you build concrete, and then you get iron ore from it too, from the dirt, and then you get steel. There's two different a steel factory that you can make steel pipes and beams, I think it is. Oh, it isn't? I thought that was their map link. No, it's not. Wasn't that the one that we were giving out the other day? Yeah, it's on there. Go back. Oh, sorry. Go back to go home. Go on home and you can get to it. Here, this one, the one that goes home, you can get. I think you can get to it. Or is that just the videos? Oh, at least I made it through that. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's because I got it from their Discord. Okay, let's go to their Discord then, because it's in their Discord. I just saw it earlier today. Actually, I thought their website went to their itch.io page, actually. Okay. We're getting distracted here. Well, we haven't derailed, so that's a good thing. But yeah, here's another spot. I didn't realize how much of a hill this was, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do anything up there, or I'm going to have to lower it once I get to that spot. I haven't really seen the map maker stream. He said he was going to stream, but he hasn't streamed, as far as I know. I was trying to figure out where to start. And then the gold, again, you need to have terraform because you need to get pay dirt, and there's two different like sluicing machines that you can use. The one is really cool. I remember seeing it last year or in 22, and the 25 version is even better, I think. Has he done two videos? Yeah, like I said, I haven't been investigating because I've been too busy trying to edit this map. And I don't follow YouTube much unless I'm looking for something to learn. So there's lots of places where I could probably speed up, but it's the corners. You just don't know what corner is going to cause a derailment. So like I said, I spent a lot of time. I don't remember how many. I think I got 9 switches, and they basically are just more like an out, and then I could make it. It's going to go into some sort of production probably, or a silo where I can load up a train, cars, and rather than just putting the factory straight on this on here, right? Like I know one of the people I've been watching play this map before when he had early access, right? Let me think about what one of their factories here. They were literally just putting the trigger on the train track so they could unload into the factory. Was one of the things they weren't using all. They were using a couple of the factories. I can't remember this. No, this one, the concrete was the other one. So they were just putting the triggers right on the train track. So I want to do the same thing, but I want to have it off of the main line. So that's the main reason why I'm trying to edit this so I can expand on the train system. Be right back. Okay. And like I said, I played around in 22 editing a map. I basically was taking out some trees and doing some other stuff, removing some other things, but I've never gone to adding every one of the switches. I've added the 9 switches have to be added to the map files. So again, I can't do it afterwards. I can't go and remove some of the rails after I've started my game save. But I don't know. I don't even know how to level up in the Giants editor. I don't even know how to edit the terrain. I've probably seen it done a million times between all the people that have streamed map, but I've never done it myself. I just know it needs to be done before you start your save, so any changes to the terrain have to be done before you start your save. So like I said, I've picked out I think about 6. What did I say? Yeah, 4. I got 4 turnouts, and then one coming up after this one, I think, where it branches off, and we can go a different section of the map. I think. Or are we? Yeah, we finish this and we go around the corner up by the number 37 field. I have a right turn. Oh, see, there we go. It's like why? Like we were going straight, right? Oh, I'm going that way. And I just went around before stream and I checked all of these. Yeah, so this one's too. It's the slightest little bump. That's all it caused it to derail. But if I raise it, it's going to raise. It needs to. I need to raise this end, and then I have to angle it down because it'll raise up here where it joins right here. And I don't even know which one I'm at. Yeah, like I said, the built-in one, the one that's in the map, you can't because the collision. And I also, yeah, that's another thing. Like the modders, because they've just been converting this over from previous versions, they haven't updated. Like this, the J Wiggy one or Wizzy one, the mod description is like 96, right? Like right when 25 went out, they just converted it and released it. They didn't do any updating. Like none of the tracks have the snapping capability. I don't understand why when we have that snapping ability. Just like how Dave did the dock system in 22 on Canyon Crossing. It's just XML. You just got to get your coordinate like the when you're placing it down, right? I don't even know where the tracks are. I think they're in their own, yeah. Right? You just have to have this part where it connects. Has to be the snapping, and it has to be like it could be snapped just like the fences do, right? That's where it comes from, I believe, is the fences. So anyway, I need to think of where I am here. Okay, so we're just before that one. I numbered them all in the editor, but what did I say I need to do? I need to raise the origin. See, I can delete it. Believe it or not, I can delete this. But I'm going to lose all. It's going to put it in my game save placeable. Actually, technically, it is in my game placeable now. But I would still have to go into the XML and adjust it if it's not placed properly. So it's better to have it in the map rather than in your. When you create like a save, it moves the map placeable XML into your game save, and that's why you can't edit stuff after these kind of things after you've got your game save started. So this is a right. Let's go here. Hey, KW. Yeah, so the reason so again, if you look at this, and I had this all planned out on how I was going to describe this. So the map maker used 18-meter straight sections for the entire track. So over here, so you can see how janky the corners are. So that's why you have to be slow going around the corners because they're so janky. So over here, I actually did try and start replacing some of it with the curves that are from one of the mod packs, but it throws out the curve. Like the curve isn't the same curve that the map maker used. So I would be basically recreating the whole map. Like I would have to change the position of everything because I wouldn't be able to match what the map maker laid out in this circle. So that's the reason I didn't go that direction. I would have to basically redo the whole train route because I'd never be able to match up exactly what they laid out originally. Now, if I was to make a map, yeah, I would be using this modded track and using it instead of trying to make curves out of straight sections. But that wasn't my intentions, right? I thought, oh, I'll do this quick edit and I'll be able to start up a new save and I'll have trains that I can play with, and yeah. I'm still not. I'm still on the fence if that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to, like I said, we're on this loop, and this loop I spent a lot of time going around. Hey, there's the alpaca. How's it going? Thanks for the tier 1 resub. 19 months. Oh, much appreciated. And Billy can probably figure out what I'm doing. Actually, he's probably going to tell me I'm doing it right, and he doesn't know why it's not working. Anyway, 1 second here. I need to look at my placeable XML. So I think I'm R6. No, that's like the last one, R5. I think I'm here. Nope. No, because we weren't going to the right. Or were we? No, because we had to raise, yeah, we had to raise this end, didn't we? I always get mixed up on which direction I'm going right now on the train. That's what's messing me up, chat. And we might be on the one before it. This is R5, so left 4. Yeah, see, I thought that's the direction we were going. So I've left the switches in. Oh, you guys can't see, sorry. Oh, I needed that. I could see that screen. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? Yeah, sorry, I forgot I'd switched to I forgot I'm not on I was on my game save one. Okay. So like I said, I was getting confused. Okay, so we're going that direction? I don't think so. Yeah, we'd be at the end of the loop. So it's a right, because we were coming from this direction, right? So it is a right. I must have two more. I'm looking at my Excel sheet. That's what I'm looking at. Or sorry, the Notepad plus two R's. So I think it's R4. Yeah, this looks more like where we are, doesn't it? Yeah. And I think I was playing around with this one before stream too. So I've been leaving the switches in. They technically need to be or can be taken out. It doesn't really matter because I'm putting them under the map, but I'm leaving them in so I can, because I'm playing with the coordinates in here, obviously. Like I said, it says I need to, and why is it so off? And why is my gizmo wacky? What's going on? There you are, Mark. Thank you for the 100 biddies.
Enjoy, steam locomotive emoji.
I didn't even notice my little dragon is back. That's right, because we're on the other overlay. Okay, what's up with my gizmo thingy? I haven't touched anything. I don't even know which one to hit. W. Did I hit W? Well, that's not it either because it's not. I need the angle or the. Remember, what did we say we needed to do? So, like I said, why is it in the editor it was high, yet in game it's low? And like I said, if I move it up, I should be okay. I need to change the XML. Of course, it doesn't show up until I start a new save. And I don't know why it's so off. Because I just went around and checked them all before I started the save again. Um, so that number's fine. We didn't change that. Yeah, so every single one of the heights, I've had to put in 0.04 to match up what it is in the editor, in the XML, placeable XML, Billy. That's what I've been having problems with. I don't know. I can't use this height value in the placeable XML. It doesn't line up. Everything else is fine, but the height for some reason doesn't line up. And I found that I needed to change it by 0.04 in most cases. So right now I have it in the XML as 12.22. And what did I change? Everything else is the same. And then of course I've just been hiding it once, so that way it's, oops, stop, until I'm finished making sure they work. Okay, we'll save that. It does take about 5 minutes for save. I haven't. I don't know if you're here already, Billy, but I said I don't even know how to do a terrain change, so I haven't attempted it yet. So, because I know that's where Dave's having problems with it crashing when he saves after doing a change to the terrain, I think it was. Okay, unlock the wheels, chat. That's the #1 rule. If you want to unlock the wheels. This one has a pretty, I like the engine. Too bad he doesn't have any CN trains in there. That'd be nice. But I think he has oh, what is there is a train route that comes up here from the States, and it's something B. I can't remember what it is stands for now. I don't know if it actually still runs. I just know there are some tracks. Got a T-Rex. All right. This is one of the curves where, like, sometimes I go around it fine, sometimes I derail. Like I said, it's a little bit frustrating. I can see why people hate trains and why they only do them on splines. You have trains outside your place, yeah. I don't where I am now, but most of the places I've lived had trains close by. My house when I was married, we were only like 4 houses away from the train tracks, from a train yard, so you could hear the banging of the trains all the time. Yeah, so this one is meant to eventually go up, and I can't see my finger pointing, but you can see go up along the river 40, like along 40 and around that way and expand and loop around maybe, I don't know. Like I said, you have to put these in ahead of time, right? You can't put them in after. And then I want to take out the train calling because there is no trains anymore. The trains are completely removed from the XML, so I don't need the calling stations anymore because there's no train to call. So I think there's 4 of them, or 3 on this loop and 4 on the other, or the other way around, or 4 and 4, I think. I can't remember. So I know I can take those out. I probably just got to block it out of the XML. Then it won't put the triggers there. Or I got to find where the triggers are actually. I know where the markers are in the train system XML, but I don't think I haven't seen where they are in the, yeah, this is another sharp corner and look at how janky it is, right? Like I said, because they didn't have to worry about, the map maker was doing splines, right? So you don't need to worry about, most of the track wasn't even like perfectly connected. And I had to go around to every single piece and line each end up.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Oh, does that mean there's ads coming? I keep forgetting that guy's on. I'm gonna forget. Yeah, ads. I totally forgot I was gonna look into that guy, wasn't I? Yeah, it's awkward, all right. Oh, and I was gonna do that too. I got so distracted with this train edit. Okay, so we're coming up to the spot. I think we're coming up to the spot where I need to figure out, or yeah, figure out how to do the terrain edit. I think this one's fine. Nope. Like I said, it's what causes, there's nothing there. Right? Like, that's why I said I'm just a little bit upset about how easily the train derails. And if I had like 4 cars behind this, the weight of the cars, I would be like halfway around the corner before it slowed down enough to start disconnect. You have to straighten the wheels on all the cars before you disconnect them for the train, or else you have no way of you'll never get them back on the train track. And if you disconnect the car before you did that, then you might as well just reset the car. Because like I said, you can't reconnect the train. So it's, like I said, it's cool, but it's very, and I'm pretty sure there was somebody in 22 that played around with this quite a bit. And it was the same thing, right?
Hello, waving hand emoji.
Hello. Or did I forget yeah, it's like no, because they were unfolded. Right? You can just see the bump. The wheels aren't round, or the collision at least isn't round either. The cars are really bad, really noticeable on the cars how uncircular the collision is. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I said, it's so hit and miss. Yeah, it's like you have to slow down to go through the intersection. It's the only way you can guarantee not to derail over switches. And I think there's a road crossing coming up, I think, is where I'm derailing all of a sudden now too, which I haven't done all week. And then this morning I derailed and I'm like, what? But again, it's a different engine because I've been playing with one of the other engines most of the time. Yeah, this road crossing is the dirt's up or the ground is up a little bit too high. And if I raise the track, yeah, see. So I need to figure out how to lower the dirt or the ground there. This one's actually not stopping too bad. But like I said, because they're bigger, they're a little bit harder to put on. Oh, I think it's on. Looks like it's on there. Yeah, I can't remember. In real life, a freight train, I think goes in some areas would go up to like 45 or 55 or something like that. But I'm not sure about switches. If they have to, how much they slow down for a switch. A yard is different. There's even slower speeds inside a yard. But I'm like, why would you make the train go 100? This one, I think, goes the top speed is 115, yet it couldn't handle a corner at 115 at all. But they have a lot of speed controls depending on where they are on the track, right? Or where they are. Even inside a city, they're reduced speeds, right? You have a switch, yeah. And like I said, there's lots of control speeds limits inside the city limits, right? But it's hard to justify using the train versus driving the product around, right? That's why I'm a little disappointed on how low the speed is. It'd be nice to be able to do around 50, I think was be a reasonable speed. And like I said, some areas you can speed up to 50, you just gotta slow down for like switches and corners. Like I said, the train will do 100, it'll do 100 in a minute here. I'm gonna pick it up and put it on the other track and we'll go around that one. Yeah, yeah, it sounds about right. It's the stopping distance, right? I need that. I probably need to lower the ground here too, a little bit. I think it only lucky because it's straight that I haven't derailed here either. Come on. I can't tell. Oh yeah, this thing won't run. These trains won't move until you unlock the wheels. It's like they're raised up on something. Nope, not on at all. No, they're not do the guy released this like over a year ago. He's not working on it. Mata released these like in November of 2024 when the game was released.
Z's.
And 25 came out. He released them the same month and hasn't touched them since. Both of the train mods are like that. They were released like within months of 25 coming out and they haven't been updated. To me, the collision on the wheels needs to be bigger. Like I don't know how you want to describe it. Like they need to go deeper because, well, I guess I thought about that. If I made the collision like the circle bigger, so it goes into the ground more, you'd have to make sure the ground is at the right height, which when you go into placing these down, you would run into problems with the ground. And then also any kind of little track alignment would cause it to derail because it would be such a bigger catch as the circle went around. But right now, all they did is I think make the wheels a collision instead of having a separate collision. But it's the inconsistencies. Like I said, I've been testing for about 3 days now, going around the other loop and then this loop I was doing yesterday. And it's just like I said, you can go the speed like I am right now, cruise control on, and you'll go around a corner fine. And then the next time you go around, you derail. Like that's the problem I'm having is it's inconsistent. So I'm still debating if I'm going to continue working on it. I've been, like I said, I wasn't even planning on doing this part. No, because I didn't do the switches are from the Jay's Wheezy pack because I like the switch itself, like the way the trigger and the animation on it. But the track is from base game, so and I don't think there'd be much difference. That like the way the switch works might be different, but the like I'm just doing straight through drives right through the switches, and it's not always the switch that I derail. Like we have derailed from a couple of them today, but the corners are all the base games. I think that's where the map maker got the track from. I'm guessing. I don't know. I didn't go in and look at any of the train stuff from the base game tracks. But he didn't use one from the mod pack, that's for sure. Like I said, I had to go in and change all the collision out. But Dead Soul, you know who I'm talking about, who was playing around on this map, early access, that was playing around with the train mods, right? So, and he was getting, I think he finally got frustrated with the derailments. I think that's what caused them to take it out. Or was it because they also conflict with each other too? I may have missed the reason why. You had it too? But I'm sure it would be better if I was to redo the tracks with one of the modded like curves and stuff like that. But like I said, I wouldn't be able to match the curves that are in the map, so it would be like totally redoing a lot of the terrain and stuff, and that's not what I'm up for right now. So this is like you go if you're not familiar with the map, and I'm not familiar with this much of like this map at all. I never played it before. I don't even know if it's the same as what in 22. I thought about just, yeah, deleting all the track and then just going in with the mod when I start playing and placing it down. I have thought about that because that would be super easy to delete all the track. The problem is the modded stuff would never get this. this angle. You would never get this angle in the modded tracks. You'd have to totally reduce this hill. You only get like a 5% elevation, and this is going up way sharper angle than that is. I think that's what Steele found, right? There was only one. The both mods had incline angles, but none of them had decline angles. I think is what it was. But that's one option. Is just to take the track out. You'd still have the paths because the map maker's done gravel or whatever all the way around. Yeah, is it 5? I don't know for sure, but yeah, in the mod packs they're both 5, and then there's a curved one for 5 too. I think one of them. Like I said, I haven't really dug into the mod packs themselves. I looked at the switches and I'm like, this one works. I like the JWeezy one because of the animation to it, like the signaling and stuff like that is more pronounced. The only other thing is all of the replacing all the rails, all that's all placeable into your placeable file. Where when the rails are built into the map, they stay as part of the map file, and just my switches that I've added are added to the placeable file. So all of that placeable stuff that loads in your loading up from your game save, right? So that would be a lot of loading. Oh yeah. Yeah, and I wanted to try putting another engine on here. And I know, like, if you put two, well, you can't connect two tractors, right? But technically, that's what we're doing is connecting two tractors. So I'd be curious if I attach two of them and, like, I turn this one on, put cruise control. No, as soon as I tab out of it, the engine's going to turn off, or not turn. I have it on to manual start, but the cruise control will turn off, right? So that won't work either. But the JWeezy ones have like some of the engines have like 4,000 horsepower, and then the other mod I think it's like 17 or 1,500. Use auto. Well, I don't have auto drive or course play put in here either, but I wanted to try out auto drive. The problem is it can't do switches, right? So it wouldn't be able to flip the switch to turn. But you could have it drive around to a switch, right? And then have it stop, and then you tap back into it, and then jump out, flip the switch, and then manually drive it off. So we don't have cars behind us, so I'm not sure if I'm going to speed up going downhill. I can't remember if this, and plus I don't think I was testing with these engines. I was testing with the other one. But I had no control going down this hill. I started braking now, and the train just went right up to like 100 and something, and then I derailed at the bottom with the corner right over the bridge, and that's kind of where I stopped testing. No, there's two steep hills. It doesn't matter which direction I go; they're both steep, and they both have a curve at the bottom. So this is good. Like I said, I don't have cars on with me, so I'm not speeding up. And it might be this engine. Like I said, I was testing it with a different engine. Yeah, that was the other thing too. Like if you have a derailment and you're on any kind of incline, once you put the the cars back on, they start rolling away on you. Like if you're feeding them as a downhill slope, which I had over by the main city, I had a derailment coming into that area, and I went to put the cars back on, and they rolled all the way down here somewhere. I had to come all the way around and pick them up again. Yeah, like I said, the derailment isn't very fun, and I can't imagine doing like logging ones or pallet ones. I was looking for using pallets and the grain cars, right? Wasn't really looking for logging, but then I realized that we drive over the sawmill trigger for the train drives over a sawmill trigger where we can unload logs into the sawmill on the built-in sawmill. So that just changed some of that because I didn't even know there was a trigger on the tracks until I drove over and I'm like, what's that? Exclamation point. I'm like, that's across from the sawmill. Oh, gotcha. So we're gonna have to get some cars now because we've gone around this and we've only, did we derail on this one yet? No, we haven't, I don't think. Yeah, I came right down here and I went straight off. The engine just kept going straight and hit the bridge, and then the cars passed us and pulled us off over the bridge because of their weight, I'm guessing. Like I said, I haven't done any switches on this loop because, like I said, I started driving around the loop after I did all the editing, and I realized the hills, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be bad. And then there's a couple steep corners, and I'm like sharp corners, and I'm like, I don't know. And then I'm trying to figure out where I want to, like, there's a huge flat area off to the right, right? So obviously I want to put some sort of switch out for factories here. Most of this route is also raised, like the whole rail area is all raised, so it's kind of hard to figure out where I can put a switch going somewhere. Although I would have to look to see if that's already done, right? It probably isn't though, but I'm not sure. The map ones, the update mass is false, and the map train cars are already edited that way. But I don't know about the modded ones. I haven't looked at the XML. And I was going to edit them anyway because they only hold like 200, 210 or 240, I think it is. We'll find out because I'm going to add a couple when we get back to the city and go around because so far this loop has been pretty good. But we haven't added anything. But I did do a lot of straightening of the track, like lining them up better because there was a lot of places, especially coming up right here, there was a big section where they were completely out of alignment, like they were so bad at like up elevation differences, not straight. This corner was bad. And I still have a problem with the ground, I think, because the road, I think, crosses somewhere here. You can see how sharp it turns, right? I think I raised up the rails a bit. But the problem is that the mods don't have a curve that matches this curve. They're sharper, right? So that's the problem with replacing it with the modded train tracks is that the curves that are laid out in this don't match anything, not even close. So you would really have to play around with editing the train a bit if you were to if I was to delete all the track and place it down manually with the mod, you would be fighting lining everything up properly. Yeah, here's the log trigger for the sawmill that's across the water there. So I didn't know about that. So once I found that out, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I will want some logging cars. Right, like the modded track, you would never be able to get this curve. It's way too, well, the angle is way less than what the radius is that the mod pack has. I think there's 4 different angles it has in the mod pack. I think there's 4 different types of each left and right curves. And the other thing is where a lot of times you're going up and down, which you can't really tell when you're going around the map very much or that easily. There's one drag one. Yeah, I'd like to. I know I played with it for a quick second, and when I was doing one of the edits, I did the drag. This is a ground one, right? The ground is too high. The train just basically, the collision just gets lifted off the track. So that's 2 spots that we need to figure out that part, or raise the track, one of the two. You have to make sure you can see both sets of wheels, or else you can't figure out. Yeah, I can't move unless I've unlocked the wheels on this one. To remember that. Really, I thought the front would have been on for sure. Are you serious? Oh my god. I am sorry, that totally looked like the back was on. The back was on, the front was the one I was worried about. I wasn't even looking at the back. The front wheel on the back wasn't on. Okay, you're on. And you're definitely not on. The problem is when I pick it up, it picks up the whole thing, right? It doesn't just pick up the front. Got ads coming up. Where's my dragon?
Yawns sleepily Z.
Oh, there he is. Okay. And this curve, again, is another slow curve. Believe it or not, it's too sharp. We'll see if we can do 30.
Okay, thanks for the update.
You got your boat and the RG. Thought you was playing Farm Sim. Oh, you can't hear me. Oh no, never mind. You're a subscriber. You can hear me. You got both. You're playing both at the same time? That's crazy. But I guess you can set up a couple of course play things, go, and then go back and get killed by a couple of dinos. And the thing, these train models are like all over the model sites, right? So it's not like the models are anything. If they're out there everywhere, you can down. They're well, I can't remember how much they are, but they're usually all about the same price. But this guy's done a lot, like the numbering system. You can change the Southern Pacific logo, and you can change the numbers. All 4 digits change. So that's kind of neat, especially if you're a real train guy. Change all the number. Each engine has a different number. Where's mine? Oh, we got on at the other station, didn't we? I mean, and when the J Wizzy, is that whatever? He doesn't have a liquid container car, so that's the downside of that. I was using the coal ones earlier. I don't know why there's two. One's cheap and one's expensive. I'm not too sure. One's a car, one's a train, apparently. And there's a hopper covered one. And this one, look at the numbers, 6 numbers, man. That's a lot of configuration, the XML that's in this. Yeah, yeah, like that one. There's one that one of the mod packs has that S, right? And yeah, I have to join the 2 tracks, but like I said, I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm just going to test this a bit and see if all of this time has been worth it. If I can get this to, yeah, somewhere here. I don't remember which direction, but the ground's uneven, right? And like I said, I don't know. I can't make that smooth. But further down this way, they're on the same level, and then again down there. So I'm going to have one like this, depending on which way you go, right? Like if the way we were just coming on this track, I can come over onto this one and then continue here. And then over here, I can have it where this one comes over here. Or do the same thing. I can't remember. Whatever I need one where it switches tracks, right? But depending which direction you go, I can have it. See how easy we are without knocking anything off. Is that on? I think so. Come on. Stop twisting. It's like your slightest little mouse movement. Yeah, those aren't on. That's not on. I don't know what it'd be like trying to have 4 or more. Okay, untwist the wheels. Oh, we were going to. Billy, what's that for? We haven't crashed yet. Come on, give us a chance to get out of town first. Yeah, let's get up to cruising speed here. Should we reduce our speed? We'll do 25 just to be on the safe side. Farmer Mark says 25 faster. I'm not going faster. I don't want to have to pick these cars back up and put them on the track. I'm trying to avoid. Toot toot. I need more coffee, Chad. I just missed my break. I want to know what change driving direction is for, though. Maybe it changes the chair inside, right? Like, but we can turn around already. Shift B. Shift B. Oh, it changes. Yeah, driving forward that way. Okay, okay, okay. That's cool. So you don't have to go and put a roundabout or a turntable on your to change directions. Okay. It doesn't change the chair, it just changes the actual. Or so you can use cruise control in both directions, which is what I was trying to do the other day. I was going backwards around the loop, and I wish I could do cruise control backwards. Now I know I can. Let's do inside that we're not jumping in and out. He did a good job on the interior on the one train mods. There's a lot of stuff, even knowing it's not changing. Map not available. What? It's right there, the train route, right there. Not that I've ever been inside a train engine. It looks better than the other mod engine has like nothing in there for detail. And I want to do on this loop, I want to go left and head over to, there's a big island over to the left, and I want to be able to get over to the island. But then I'm like, well, what about the bridge? And there is bridge pieces in one of the mod packs, has bridge pieces with track on it. So, but there's no good spots to go left over here for quite a while. We're raised up above most of the terrain, so I'm not sure where I'm going to have it. Right? Like, look at how high up we are. Now, I think it's coming up we can turn, but we'd have to do like a sharp left. The 5 kilometers just makes such a difference. And you can see that hill we got to climb. Like Dead Soul said, you can take a bit of a run at these things. But I have too many ideas, right? It's like I don't have time. I don't have enough time to expand on all these areas I want to build, and there's too many trees. For one, there's a billion trees on this map. Nope, we're gonna go right down to. I wonder if they have. I don't even know which grain car we had. Oh, I need to. I'm going to have to get out and push. Um, we're in the edited one. Um, I, it's going to be this one, rolling stock. Not converted yet. Yeah, I don't want to know what's in there. Box car, but I don't know which box car we were in. Oh no, we were in a coal car. We were in the coal car, not the train one. Oh, it's already up here somewhere there. Yeah, so update is false, so it's already been done. So, and this, like I said, this train has like 4,000 something horsepower. Oh, we just had to stop and shift back into drive. There we go. It's fine if I press the accelerator. Well, maybe not. It's funny because it accelerates so fast for me. Like for me doing the acceleration, it zooms up to what, 20, 25 or so, and then all of a sudden just, and then goes back to zero. And then I press it again.
I'm okay, thanks for asking.
Um, well, there's 4,800 in wheat in there. Yeah, if that's what you're asking. For the two cars. But like I said, the cars have update mass equals false, so they're not getting added weight to them. They probably have some weight to them. I imagine like everything has a mass to it. I just can't figure out why it'll accelerate and then it stops. No, it's not. Well, I guess it could be spinning, but it just feels like it just. You're not gonna be able to see the wheels don't actually even turn. I don't think on these. Oh yeah, they are turning on these. Yeah, now I'm stuck. Oh, there we go again. Right, like all of a sudden, I just have to keep pressing, W key, and all of a sudden, like I said, it accelerates like super fast. I need to let the RPMs go all the way back to idle. That's what I'm not doing. I'm pressing it too fast. It's not. Our RPMs aren't going back down to idle speed. Like I said, it accelerates up and then it just starts slowing down again. They're not spinning. At least they don't look like they are. No, that didn't work. See, and the other engine had no problem, and it has less horsepower. It slowed down, but it didn't stop. Yeah, I just want to check. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so let's see. We're using this one, 4,400 horsepower. This is the one I've been using, and it only has 1,500. And it had no problem with the same cars, with the same material in it. Last night I was testing it with this one. So it's the torque probably. Does it show us? It doesn't show us a torque value, does it? Because there is a torque value in the XML. But it's not slipping. That's the thing, right? Like I think it would be with the more horsepower, it would have better torque, and it would be the wheels would be spinning, but they're not. I don't want to let the cars go, Chad. I don't want. Well, I guess we can switch driving directions. There we go. We'll see if it stays doing. Oh, but I don't have it set for. It is slowing down though. That's good. Oh, yeah, it's slowing down. Wow, I did not expect that at all. We can do this while we're. Oh, why am I tabbing into the cars? That's I don't remember being able to tab into those cars. Like I haven't. Oh, I was using the other mods, coal cars. Well, that's good because that way, if you derail, and you forget to lock the wheels back up, you can do that. I just don't like the other engine, the one we just bought. I don't like it at all. It sounds like an electric train. It has a better horn. It has a cool horn, but it sounds like an electric train. And it's Amtrak. Like it's not a freight train. What were the? Did I keep that open? Probably not. Did I? Yeah. I don't know enough about stuff, but that's the only mass count a number. Gonna make it. And the problem is this one could break it downhill, and the other, I know this other one can't. It will just go flying down the hill. But I'm wondering, because I didn't have cruise control on, I was manually braking, right? And it didn't, it just kept going faster and faster. So I'm curious if I leave the cruise on. Put both on? Well, how would I drive both? Like I said, the cruise control will turn off as soon as I switch engines, and then it will be dragging the train, right? Oh, yeah, I'm going the wrong direction here. That's good. I'd be curious because, like I said, I was using this mod's cars for testing, so we're using the other mod's coal car. Like I said, this one's a lot easier to put on because the wheelbase is so much closer, right? This one takes forever to turn, like the engine to speed up. I'd be curious if they're compatible connecting. They should be. Just trailer connections. What's the diesel from? The engine has diesel. That's interesting. The capacity shows up. Okay, so, and because the wheels are shorter and there's only two of them, I think we can go faster speeds. It's the way those wheels are on that bigger engine. Do 30. You can see yeah, that ground needs to be lowered a bit. But you know what I'm saying, right? As soon as you tab out of the engine, the cruise control turns off. So you'd just be dragging the other engine. You'd never have both of them pulling. Auto drive might work if auto drive works with. I don't see why it wouldn't work. And you just set both of them to the same speed, I still think there would be a bit of pulling and pushing, one of the two. We got ads coming up soon, so I need to take a quick break. Oh yeah, inside the cap. Yeah, see, this one's nowhere near as detailed. It's like he's missing some textures. Oh yeah, this one has good camera
The
angles though.
Pet
It does
Cafe
have.
is now open in the Twitch extension.
Is it? Oh.
Come visit and play with me, Paw Prince emoji.
Okay, we got ads in 30 seconds. I'm going to take a quick break, so hopefully this makes it up to the... Yeah, it has 4 good cameras on this. That's kind of neat. But we'll be right back. Chat. I'm back with a nice coffee. Oh, I remember my first time playing that, and I got my raft. I think the first time I took it out, I got stuck in the rocks, and I could never get it out. It stayed there for the rest of the playthrough. I built another one, and went back and kept taking pieces off of it. It's just the starter raft. So it has to be something with the other engines, like I said. I know there's a torque value. It's like it has all this horsepower, but it's not putting it to the wheels, chat, right? Like I'm thinking, geez, that's like 1984 automotive class. Geez, something in the ratio there is not doing the math properly, right? Like this only has 1500 horsepower, yet it kept up. It didn't go. It did drop from the 30, but and look at how this corner is, right? Like I straightened this out as best I could. But I am really thinking about 22. I am really thinking about removing the. Yeah, I went down to 20. I wasn't watching because I couldn't see it from where I was standing in the kitchen there. I was just watching to make sure it didn't derail. I'm like, oh crap, what happens if it derails? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Is it just wobbling? Oh no, one's off. But you can see how long it takes to slow down, right? That's the killer. Is this gonna kick me off? Let me see here. Let me just. I don't know if this is gonna send this car rolling back down the hill though. What I'm afraid of is if I straighten out the wheels for number two, or for the first car there, is it gonna kick the other two cars off because of the way it snaps back into place. But if I disconnect the back car, is it gonna roll down the hill? And I'll never catch it. Oh, I think that went right back on, did it not? No, not quite. There we go. Need independent brakes. Yeah. Well, we can tab into these cars, so I do like that. I didn't know that. Well, again, when you start getting lots of vehicles, it would be a pain to tab into them, but it is handy that way. But not that I could do anything inside there, right? Like I don't think we have fold, unfold, we can honk. We can stop the engine. Hey, that's controlling the train. Oh, that's interesting. What other do we have any trailers that we tab into? Hmm, that's interesting that we were controlling the actual engine on that, but anyway. Continue with the experiment. We got up the hill no problem, really, relatively. I don't know what it would be like if we added more cars. I've only tested with two so far. Yeah, it could be just an XML thing that you don't put on the trailer, right? Like tabbable. Like I've seen that term somewhere, right? Like the car wash sprayer thing that used to have you couldn't tab into it, right? That I know it's in the XML for that. Like technically it's a vehicle. Well, now it's a vehicle technically, but it has in there that you can't tab to it. It's false, I believe. So it is an XML line or a code in the XML that we can be added and removed, obviously. Yeah, that PTO. Well, I saw that being previewed a couple weeks ago, so I knew it was coming. That looks cool. It's so funny how many of them came out though, like the same kind of model. There was a couple other ones that were in the mod hub in the last week or so. Yeah, look at see, no control, and if I was applying brakes, nothing changes. Where the other engine, it was fine. It kept the cruise control, but I have no control right now, and we're gonna go off the rail. We're already off the rails, and I can't even slow down yet. And I'm still. Well, this wasn't as bad as last time, but Well, the trees don't help, right? Well, the trees would make it worse because like I'm already wrapped around a tree, right? So, like I said, this was when I tested this last night. I was messaging back and forth with Farmer Marks about something, and I'm just like, I can't stop, and I'm like, that's no good because you're gonna have to do this every time you came down here. You're gonna be I had the two cars go glitch inside each other. I couldn't separate them. I'm not even driving right now, right? Like it's just. But can you imagine if they were full of pallets? You'd have to take all the pallets off. You'd have to take the logs off. And the thing is when I put them on the tracks, they're going to start rolling. Even the engine will start rolling. And we're not on a straight section, I don't think either. So this is what was the discouraging part, how I had no control. So again, what's in this setting, in this train, I have to take them up and look at them, right? Because the other train had no problem keeping. Yeah, I didn't have. I don't have. I have very obviously. I have very limited mods in this pack, right? In my folder right now for testing purposes. I only have the train mods and easy dev and the mods that are required for the map. I think are the only other ones I have in here. So like I said, this was what was my kind of like stop. And even though this morning I still kind of went back and was working on some of the other loop, I'm like I still have to worry about this problem over here. The other direction isn't as bad because there's not this bridge right here, but you still go down the hill into a big long curve. And the curve, putting the cars back on the curve is a lot harder. Is it going to push it? Yeah. Bye, train. Catch up to you later. Yeah, and it's kind of flat too. Like I said, we're in this kind of raised section of the way the map is, right? So like I said, doing this every time you were doing something, any kind of car on this half of the map, right? Like this loop actually would supply over 2/3 of the map would be all part of this loop, right? So you'd be up and down this hill quite a bit. Oh, did I get it back on there? Whoa, look at that. Okay, tab back into the vehicles. I need to. I don't have the engine unlocked, I don't think. Folded. Let's keep going through. Yeah, fold. Okay, we're all unfolded, so that's good. Are we all on? That's what I think because we were it was pushing everything down, so I was thinking it was fine. It's hard to see because of all the bushes, right? They're all right there, right at the edge of the tracks. We're underneath doing an inspection. Is everybody still on? But you can see, watch the wheel, like just see how uncircular and bumpy it is. You just have to hit that bump at the right time and the wheel's off. Slow down. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing 25. I forgot we sped up for this engine. I think we're fine now. We're pretty much kind of flat. But you can see how the train does a we've come up from the top two yellow circles, right? That's all uphill, like up and then down to the bottom circle, and then we go all the way around to the sawmill one. So the hill's the problem right now with the engine, right? This one has no braking power yet. The other one had braking power but no pulling power. I said I'm not a car guy, right? I'm not the tractor guy. I can look at the XML. I can probably compare them and see what's different maybe. I am for like I said this is all personal stuff, right? So I already had plans to merge the two train packs. Take out all the cars I'm not going to use. Right, I don't need 50 different train engines. I'll pick out, like I said, if this one, I like this one seems to be very reliable, but it derails too. So, but again, it's all speed, right? Like if you're fine staying under 25, if we stay at 25 and we don't have problems, it's just that hill right now, right? The hill. Like I said, this loop doesn't have a lot of good spots for turnouts. This loop at all. We're also going in the if we go in the other direction, there's a couple more spots. That's Taz for a train. Well, he's making a bus for whatever reason. I don't know what that's, but hasn't he been working? Is he the no? It's well, it's not soft stuff anymore. He was working on a bus too. I'm like, what do you need a bus for? But like I said, we couldn't. The hill is way out of scale, right? For one, the hill is way too steep for the train mods. I know that. And then there's a lot of corners that are like this is a bad spot where I spent like an hour or more straightening, realigning all the tracks right here, and you can still see how sharp it turns right there. But I really like Dead Soul's suggestion about removing them all and just going back in. You'd have to buy all the land and then place them all in. I would probably leave the hill in though, like the two slopes going up the hill. I'd leave that in. That way I just have to connect at the bottoms of each and at the top, or maybe leave the top. No, the top has that bad curve up there. The other thing I'd be worried about is some of the bridges because they wouldn't be able to be moved. Oh, I'm getting confused now. Works on his private map. He drops off people at his factories. Well, we were watching. I sent you that video a while back from the guys that made the what are they called again? Hirschfield, I think it's said they are. They were showing off that well they had a truck that they were able to put a bunch of people in and they were able to move them around. I guess if you're somebody that plays with a bunch of friends. That would be kind of neat. Everybody, let's go. Gotta get on the train to get out to the mine site. Well, that's what the map maker when he streams, he has a bunch of people that he plays with that they all do the mining stuff, right? They have a bunch of people driving trucks and the excavators and It's like watching Out of Ore. And then in the end of the stream, they clean up the gold and see how much they made. Oh, really? Oh, I got it from their link, right? On their Discord, they had a link to that mod, so I don't remember. When did this come out again? 2 weeks ago? It was 2 weeks ago. No, it was last Friday, so it should have been fine. Yeah, I'd have to look. Let me see as we. Um, oh, maybe it wasn't from their link then. Okay. I wonder where I must have just looked for it. Are you sending it to me? Visit website. Oh, I thought I was crashing chat. Was it, which one was it? Was all three of them updated? Or all four? He has four mods as part of his stuff. I'll have to look at that too. Let's do, well, we're still going around. Where are we here? Railroad. I was just looking at the. I was looking at this mod description to see. Yeah, the one you sent me, the railroad one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. So guys, like I said, I don't think we can put two of them together. I find it easier to be further away, but you have to be in a spot where you can see the wheels properly. No. don't have the chicken dance. Thanks, Brew, for the chicken dance. I'm sure everybody appreciates that. Let's see if we can hook up to this first. Nope. Me no likey touchy you. What if I turn it around? Yeah. What kind of day we're having. Thanks for all the sound out there, Brew. How you been? Been out farming much lately, have you? Still waiting for the map, too. With the trains, yeah. Ah, that's why it won't connect to anything, chat. It's the you know what's weird is that car belongs to this pack. Whoops, I need to. That's what's whack, chat. But it's like the car. I think I realized that the cars only connect to one end, even though they technically will. But it's like when they're already connected to an engine, they know. Yeah, pick them up and yeah, see, they know they're already connected. So it has to be another car at this end. It can't be another engine. The engine won't connect to another engine. Interesting. I've been working on the house. Man. Yeah. It's weird though, but that what did I guess it kind of works the same way as a trailer would. Like if you had a trailer with the rear hitch, right? You couldn't drive it back up with another vehicle and attach it at the back end either. Even though it's the same connecting point. Yeah, see this? The mods don't line up very well, right? One mod, different mod. So I already know that I can't put another engine, this engine up there. We had problems with braking. I wonder if we should try a different engine from that pack, because I think I've been trying the same one. I picked it because of the horsepower and the color. I picked it because of the horsepower. Should we try going the other direction maybe? It's always getting used to which one. This one always puts you out in the back, right? The other ones put you out on the side. I don't get that, but got ads coming up. gotta try going the same direction, I guess. Excuse me, coming through with the train. Coming through, got an engine in hand. Watch out. Looks clean underneath. Oops, dang it. Didn't want to do that, chat. It's gonna.
Okay, got it.
Oh, it's gone, chat. It's gone. It derailed down there. Oh, but we can tap into those. Cool. Cool. Can I disconnect from the other guy? No, I can't. Can't disconnect, and I have to attach to it. Oh, I'm hooped, chat. I'm hooped. Because I can't connect. I can unload. I can't, it won't let me fold though. I have to attach to a vehicle, turn on motor. Oh man. Because, oh, and it puts me out inside the green. Is this thing on? It doesn't look like it's on. Oh, another one that takes 10 minutes to warm up. The colors are bad. I don't like the wheel sets. Like I said, this is just going to be one gong show after another. And I can't pull them because the wheels aren't unlocked. The wheels don't move. Oh, I'm probably stuck on the building actually. Okay, let's disconnect that one. You think in model railroading, you pull the car like this, it would eventually get back on the tracks. There we go. It's back on the tracks. Unlock it. Okay. Test number 2004. Actually, we've been lucky because I haven't like started a new save, and that takes takes uh takes 10 minutes for the map to load. We haven't even done one since I did the edits on the loop on the other side, so I haven't even checked to see if our fixes have worked. Well, that's a different YouTuber that I've watched somebody else do the trains. When the ZWiggy ones came out, I keep calling them ZWiggy. I don't know what they're. I watched two videos explaining the train track mods, and neither of them did a very detailed. They hadn't looked at the mod prior to doing the video. I'm like, oh, yeah. See this one. That one has the amperage. Okay, that's cool. That's a different spot. Looks like the same image though. That's still the same. We're in neutral apparently. The radio looks better in this one. Anything else? How's the horn? That sounds different outside. That's okay. It only has two camera angles. That's the right. That's the other mod that has four cameras. No, first what? I'm like one of those YouTubers that sticks the whatchamacallit, their camera stuck to the side of their car going down the highway. But they connected better height, right? Compared to mixing up the cars with the other pack. I like how the hoses connect. That's cool. The brake hose, the brake line connects. Oh, we're gonna have the same problem. course, I won't know which one. Right? I have no idea. I guess we need, you can't see pictures in the zipped folder. I don't want to unzip it right now. Oh, lights, dashboard. So somewhere in there, but that's not the right one then, because ours was definitely saying 1500, right? Brake force, right? Again, I don't know which one on that other one. I know we're in a Santa Fe, but that's all I remember. Or that one. Not that one. Oh, I thought that was that one. Or this one. So SD40-2. That's not it because it's not SD. Yeah, SD40, I'm not seeing anything. It's the only one that has a 40 in it. Oh, I'm missing the 8. This one. Okay. Again, not vehicle person. We're just going to see if we can figure out something out here, dude. Lights, dashboard, lights. Interval. Oh, the gas. Ooh, it holds a lot of diesel. That's cool. So, again, that's not its usage. Brake force, it has a higher value for brake force though. Is that, I don't know. The other one had 6, this one has 10, yet it can't brake worth, oh, it could brake. It was the Amtrak one that can't brake. This one can't pull. Torque scale 30. That one has 15. Yeah, so the Amtrak one that can pull just has different value, like lower values. The other one stays 1. The rest of it's, I think, the exact same. Yeah, see how it's all 1, 1, 1, 1? Forward gear ratio. Is that what I'm looking for? These ones, the transmission. Yeah, like this one. These ones, right? So that makes no sense because the Santa Fe has higher numbers. Does that mean it's terrible? Everything else is the same, right? This number is 2,000. Doesn't that mean it spins twice as much? It's a ratio, right? So the higher the number, the less, the more it spins, technically.
Come play with me in the pet cafe. It's
Okay.
right here
Now
in
what are we
this
doing
Twitch
here? We should be
extension,
watching the train,
Paw
I guess,
Prince
eh?
emoji.
Oh, wait a minute. We made it up the hill, chat. We're still connected, but we're going to be derailed any minute because of the ground here, I think. You can see the wheels get lifted off the rail at that one spot. Of course, giants, everything likes this. It uses the Newton's force, right? Something in motion. Come on. This is just so frustrating, chat. Oops. Again, we're on a curve, the hardest spot. I don't know. I'm still liking your suggestion. It's a lot less hassle, but it's a lot of work to get the trains up and running. Well, it's costly, right? But you just gotta get the brooks out and take some trees out and get some money. Hey, coffee man. Yeah, the truck shop, the 22, he's playing with the converted 22 one, if I remember correctly, and yeah, that works everywhere. It's not reliant on anything in the map, right? There's no, it should work anywhere. The other one does too. The other one just needs my, well, they both need my categorizer, but the other one also needs the design kit from Thunder so you can have the multiple colors options. But the truck shop works on everywhere. But like I said, I'm thinking about just removing all the track, except I think I'd leave both hills because I think placing those with the mod will be really hard because of the steepness. But connecting everything else might work using the mod pack. The only downside is that I was going to edit the beep out of the two mod packs and make one mod pack. And like I said, take out all bunch of, I only want one train engine. Pick out one of them, and same with the cars, right? I only need a crane car and a flatbed. And one of them has a tanker, a liquid tanker car. So again, I don't know if mixing up the cars and the engines is a good idea. I don't know. They don't line up, which I thought they did. So, but see, this one's keeping. This is the one that can brake downhill, where the Amtrak can't brake, but the Amtrak can't or can pull, but this one can't. Well, I guess it did because we did get up here, but. This one has a brake force of 10 and the other one has 6. Was that what it was? Yeah, this one has a brake force of 10. The other one was, the Amtrak is 6. Yet this one has a gear ratio of 1,000 and the other one's 2,000. And then there's slight differences in this torque depending on RPM. Yeah, torque scale 30, right? And then the RPMs are slightly different. That's the speed forward. It's funny, this one says 215, right? One of them says 215, one's 205, but they, oh, maybe that was the other engine. So again, it's always playing around with the brake. So the brake force would be something, but I want this engine, right? And I want it to be able to pull, or at least one of the ones from this pack, because I like this style. I don't want that Amtrak thing. Yeah, this one pulled it up. So again, we'd have to go and look at the other Santa Fe that I was using before, the other one that's sitting in the yard over there, and see if there's a difference on that. Of course, we didn't watch it, sorry. We're busy looking at the XML. But I'm, like I said, is it so that's, I would think the brake force would have to be a lot different, but having 4, difference of 4 is crazy. How many people out there use the train, like in any map that they play on? Do you use the train? Most people, well, because most of the trains set up nowadays are always set to sell for selling, right? They're not used for, when you rent them. There's not much use for them other than to sell with them. But this map is set up. You can rent the trains, but they don't go through any sell point. As far as I know, there's no sell points built onto the train tracks. There's a silo in the center here that we're coming up to. But as far as I know, there's no sell points. So you can rent them and set up silos or some way of loading stuff and unloading stuff onto it. Yeah, the sawmill too. Yeah, the sawmill. I guess technically is a sell point, isn't it? I guess is once you own it, it technically isn't a sell point anymore. But you are selling the logs to it. But where's the other silo? Or is this a double one that we're coming up to, like in the town? So if you weren't here before, the original edit I did last weekend to this map was I changed out the default train cars to having 4 grain cars and 4 flatbed cars. And then I took the price out so I could rent them for free and not worry about returning them. So I was going to plan on, I should go to that save and show you what I did over there before I started playing around with editing the tracks, or I could add one of the train mods to it. This is another bad corner. You just see how sharp that turn is. Don't fall off, anybody. I'm hoping the speed helps. But we are still doing 30. Sorry for remarks for speeding. But we are doing 5 below what I have been testing. Usually I've been testing at 35. So that way, once I rent the 2 trains, I have control over them. I get to tab into them, and then I could use them. And I'd set up a couple of factories on the train tracks. It took a bit of playing around with the height so I could get the trigger in the right spot, but I managed to get three of the map's factories there, even though they're not quite set up to be on the train tracks, but they do work as you can then fill them up. And but you really need to start off with some sort of wood production and wood chipping a lot of trees to get money off the start. There are some starter fields. I haven't played more than 1 month yet, so I haven't got to planting anything yet. But there is a lot of map on here to play around with to make it your own. There's tons of places you can take down the trees and put in fields if you want to farm. If you're into the mining part, again, that needs you need terraform or terrafarm, whatever you want to call it, to get any of the mining materials, which you need dirt to start off with. So you need somewhere where you can just dig up dirt. Again, anywhere on the map you can dig. Good place. Is that where I think I bought 19? Let's do the map. No, I bought 20. 19 has barely any trees on it. I did 20 because it has lots of trees. And I have my sawmill down because I didn't put resin in it, so I could use it on this map. So, and it's the same as what they have. They have an edited pack for this map too. Yeah, well, that's my next plan, is to take 20 to start getting into grass and silage, right? But like I haven't played enough hours. I don't even know couldn't even tell you how many hours I had on the first save so far. Not many. And I think I was still playing Foundry on Friday and Saturday last week. I had everything downloaded, I just didn't fire up the save. So I am happy with so far with this train, right? Like obviously it made it up the hill. We did derail, but that we know with the ground thing, right? No, I don't have oil at all. I'm not even that far. Like I said, I got with the one you put dirt in that gives you the stone and the ore, or the iron ore. What else? It gives you a couple other things. And then I put down. I know I have the concrete factory down, and I have something else down. What's the other one I have down? Because I'm not making diesel yet. That's why I'm not making diesel. Oh no, you need to get that you need the concrete, right? Where is it? Where do we start here? And they have a whole bunch of edited of the base game factories in here too. If you have that, you need their mod pack. So yeah, I have the material processor. I put a bunch. That thing goes through dirt like crazy. So I got that down, and then I got the concrete because I was able to get everything to put in the concrete factory. And then I don't have the steel one down. What is the other one? Oh, I put the coal one down. And again, putting dirt in there to get coal. So those three are the three I have down. Because then you need the steel factory. I don't know where to get limestone.
Okay, thanks for the update.
That's what I didn't know. I don't know where to get limestone. Is that one you just terraform the limestone out of the ground? I don't know. But you need the steel factory to get into the oil because you need those products coming from the steel factory, right? Any of these stuff on sale? Yeah, so again, that's where I need to get land so I can put the steel factory down somewhere, right? Like I don't have any bought land. I did buy like all, obviously I bought that, the rivers and all that section. I bought that. I don't know what this one's for. Let's buy one of these because I don't know what they're for. Customize. And again, the numbers. Lining material. What does lining material mean? Wood, aluminum, iron, steel. Again, the number of your cars. That's just crazy, chat. And then there's a top to it. No idea. I haven't played with this before, chat. I haven't bought any barges, no, but I have the mod, yeah. That's what I was trying to figure out what Steele's been doing because I know I've been watching him fill up the barge with the wood chips, but I don't know where he's been taking them. But then I realized he showed us the other day he just keeps buying more barges and filling them up. He hasn't been doing anything with his wood chips. I'm like, what? Just putting them in barges. I'm like, oh. They can adjust the height and water. Oh, I thought maybe the over, where is it? Over there, there's a water silo. I thought maybe that was a sell point. Like I said, I haven't had a lot of play time, so I'm not sure. Yeah, like down over in that corner, isn't there a silo that's on the water? So I thought maybe there was a sell point under there or something. He has so many mods, it's like I can't even figure out what's what. I wouldn't doubt it. He has a ton, but there's so many deco mods I've seen in his scrolling around when he's decorating. I keep meaning to ask what's with all the airports. That was the one thing I want to ask him. You have the pack. Is it a pack that he's shared? I know he shared stuff with PJ and a couple of other people that he has in his chat. The decoration, yeah. Oh, okay. He's zipped it all up into one pack, right? Yeah, because there's a bunch of decoration stuff that I don't go searching the interweb for stuff, but so how do I get these things on there? Throw it, okay. Yeah, his Discord. Yeah, nice. Oh, I can probably enter this. Can I not attach? Okay. We're playing with something new, Chad. Oh, we jumped off the wrong side. I should wasted diesel. That's kind of neat. Nope. I don't want to knock it off the tracks. Oh, it's definitely, I guess, not on. Yeah, it's unfolded. No idea what this last one's for. I have no idea what a coil car is. It looks like we can crane those off and then there'd be stuff inside. Like you put something inside. Yeah, because he keeps zipping. I know he was telling them that he had updated it or put out it, gave him another updated version. I'm there. I'm there right now. He keeps saying I missed one of his streams though, but I haven't lost my streak. But keep stress testing, chat. Well, I keep thinking about what I want to do. Well, like I said, right now I'm really thinking about. Do you know what's up with all the airports though? I like the planes, but I don't understand why there's so many airports. Unless he's using it to fly around, which I don't know. Yeah, he has no VODs, I know. That's how I lost my last stream, is because I missed one. He streamed during when I was sleeping. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the last 2 days when it pops up saying that I need to watch his I missed his stream and I'm like, well, I was here. Like yesterday, I got it in the evening, like the second time NBC came on yesterday, it popped up saying that I need to watch his stream to keep my streak, and I'm like, when did he finish like hours ago when I was there? And then he started up like just as I was going to bed, and I'm like, luckily I saw him and I caught, and it said, watch it for whatever. Yeah, that's like I said. He must have when I went to make dinner and then I didn't come back in front of the computer for. Well, I think NBC had already ended by the time I came back on the computer. So he probably went live around that time, somewhere in there in the evening for me. It must have been short, but it's still alive. Let's see how this goes. Most of the time, I can't figure out where he is on the map anyway, so it's fun to watch. But I love it because I love watching people that make the map their own, right? Like he's done so much to this map, it's not even funny. And I got to get those lines, that line pack. I like that too, using it for the road lines. I think I have it in my PV Rivers folder. I just haven't moved it over to this folder. Oh, really? Oh, and that other, I got that other pack. I can't remember who the modder is. I found him. The one with the skyscrapers and all those restaurants and stuff like that. See if that helps. Come on, you can do it. Well, this one seems to, maybe this is the difference between this one and the other train, right? Like the other train didn't, this was at least staying at 8, 9. Yeah. Again, the hill is way too steep for the train. We know that. I wish I'd watched it on the previous one. I'm wondering if how much the two added cars are affecting it. Can we do anything with that last car? Oops. Yeah. Oops. Why did that stop the? We might be toast now. No, forward. You can do it. Shift into forward drive. Let's go. No, not reverse. That won't even go into drive, chat. Yep.
Come to the pet cafe on Twitch to play with me, dog emoji.
If it was only that easy to push it uphill. I didn't back up far enough because it's not even going to get up to close to speed. Okay, we won't tab anywhere, chat. We'll just see if it can make it up with this. Stay at 8 kilometers. Yeah, that's what it is, impact. It's definitely. And it's funny, this train has how much more horsepower than the other? This one has 3,000 the engine. The other one that has 1,500 pulls this up no problem. And we figured out that there's some other numbers that need to be tweaked in the engine to help it. No, this one's not going to make it up, chat. Yeah, it's done. You know what? There's a shout out for Mr. Impact. If anybody ain't following Mr. Impact, give him a click, give him a follow. He's a great content creator, very knowledgeable, right? Oh man, the stuff you learn in his streams. Let's see if we can figure out this since we have this one open, right? We know which engine it is. This is going to take a while because the engine pack is huge. Jeez. That's why I didn't unzip it, chat. Yeah, I've never tried. Every time I've tried to pull an XML out and put it back in, I've never had any luck. So I just gave up on doing that. Oh, it got rid of the one I didn't want it to get rid of. Let's see if we can figure this out without going and grabbing the other one since I just got rid of that one. I didn't never notice that though. Did anybody notice that? That we have like 15,000 liters of diesel when we start this up? It does use a lot though, I guess. Okay, so this we're going to change to a 1000. I know that. I don't know about the backward gear ratio. I want to go. It already had the good brake force, but the other one's already unzipped, so it's not going to be that. Or is it not? No, the railroads is unzipped. Trains. Um, and I think it was that one. That was the same. Yeah, look at the diesel usage difference. I don't think that really makes a difference. It's the other torque one, right? And the other thing that was different was something in here. And why would we have, we didn't touch, oh, we missed configuration. Go to the bathroom, get a fresh drink while the game loads the map. Um, and it's free. Hope that's all we needed to do. We'll see. I blame it on Cope because Cope's been playing around making a map, and I'm like, I need to just figure some map stuff out. So I learned how to put stuff in. I had to put those switches in. But I'm still not ready to attempt the map, especially 16x. I think my first map, I won't even be as ambitious as Billy Alpaca is in a 4X. I'll probably be a one single. 55%. Ooh, look at that. We got almost 3 hours in on that save already. Guess that's about right. Oh, we can check the other loop out and see if we fixed all the switches. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm still, I still think I'm removing all the track and playing that way. Because the trains are really expensive, so you need to get some money going before you can even buy a train. And you need to buy the land, because doing a loop anyway doesn't help you. So they're not very early game friendly. And if I leave the base game or the map engines in and just rent them, then I can't expand on the railway because they're on a spline and I can't move them other than drive them around the loop. So that doesn't work. It's so funny. I'm in the middle of the pack of the cars. Nope. Now they're spinning. At least. I'm wondering if the Amtrak would have problems with more cars too. Because that's Giant's friction, right? That's not what we're going to be able to change, I don't think. Because once the wheels start spinning, there's not much else we can do. We can back up. We got ads coming up. What's the raise the crane arm? Where's that coming from, Chad?
Okay, thanks for the
I need to
update.
find out what he's getting at. He's supposed to be saying braking. And he's way late. Okay, let's keep backing up. Still heavy. Not on the edge. Oh, it wasn't. Yeah, where's the rotate and raise crane arm? Like, where's that? What's that for? Oh, it opens doors. Okay. Oh, the window. Jeez. Well, we're sitting on the other side. How good is that? We sit on this side, but we open the window on the other side. And the door opens on the other side too, doesn't it? Oh no, it's this door here. No, it's the door. Yeah, it's the door up front over there. I guess I can let out my friend. Right? Like why wouldn't one of these doors open behind our seat? Now I don't know which direction I'm going. Wrong direction. You think we've backed up far enough, Chad? I don't think so. I should have backed up more. Problem is, if we got going too fast, this corner's too sharp. I think. Nope.
Pawsome. Pet me in the pet cafe extension, paw prints emoji.
Oh, that's bad. But yeah, they're not allowed to serve walkthroughs. I know that. That's been a forever rule. That's okay. Shouldn't be eating McDonald's anyway. Oh, look at it, it's just spinning, chat. Drop some sand, I know, right? We don't have a sand. We don't have a sand car. We have grain in the back. Oh. Okay, don't. There we go. Fix the problem, chat. I don't want to know where they end up, chat. Got rid of the dead weight. Actually, I should have dropped off one first to see if one would work. I don't think so, because look at how slow it's going. I think that one grain car. I wonder how it's either going to roll, it's either going to derail going over that bridge. Probably. No, it will derail. If it's going that fast to get all the way around, it's gonna derail. There's the bridge is a pretty sharp corner, and man, we still can't get up. Or maybe we're gonna stay around the 8 again, right? We weren't watching it. Yeah, I think the 8. No, I lied. No, I don't know. I'm not thrilled about this. Because it's not, we can't increase anything because it's the spinning of the wheels, right? That's, like I said, that's nothing to do with, that's not going to get resolved by adding more, lowering the torque or anything. It's giant friction. Now the other one seems to do better. I don't know why. Especially since now we've matched the numbers. Yeah, it needs more grip, but that's what I meant. Like that's not something in the XML, I don't think. It goes back to how steep the hill is. I just don't get how come it keeps going down to like 2 and then all of a sudden, look, it's back up to 13. Need some stickum. All right, and then all of a sudden, bam, going back up again. I don't get it. I don't know what to do, chat, because this hill is not. Like I was testing always with just an engine, and then I was testing with empty cars. And if I go with taking out all the track and manually putting it in, it's not going to make it any better. Now you could play around with the grade of this, but not very easily, right? Like you can't raise this and make it gradually lower. I don't know if you could do, because you wouldn't be able to do like switchbacks. That's the word I'm looking for. You wouldn't be able to do switchbacks with a train because once it went to turn, it would be too sharp, and the grade would change so drastically it would never make it. But you can just see how high this goes, eh? It is quite a high hill. But you could take out this hill part of the track and keep it, there's lots of stuff around this hill that you could use the train for. And then I guess if you do something up here, I think there's a couple of possible mining sites, right? Like there's something over here. I haven't even been over here with the vehicle. And truck it down to a train if you want. Come on, keep going, baby. Let's go. We know you can make it up here. Like Dead Soul said, we're going to get hit by the cars coming around the other way. Like we would have to lower this so much and reduce the grade to get it to work properly, I think. The train tunnel. Which would mean like you'd have to, it looks so funny if this was still like, I don't even know how much higher, and we're still way down there. Now the one thing is you probably wouldn't be bringing up full ones. Well, that probably shouldn't change anything because it's update mass equals false, right? So it technically shouldn't change the weight of it. Yeah, there's holes in them. Who made these things? Oh, they're one-sided. Okay. So like I said, you would probably bring empty like wood cars for wood chips, or if you're doing the mining material, the cars would be empty, but it doesn't change the speed, so you'd still struggle. You can't pull empty cars up here then. I'm not seeing the trains being very valuable up here, useful up here. Sorry. Whack. It's gone live now. I have too many ideas, chat. You guys know that. If you've been around my streams before, I have tons of ideas. Oh yeah, now we have the turn where we derail. Yeah, see, and we couldn't lower anything because we'd still be climbing at this spot. I forgot we were set to 105, Chad. Dang it. I don't get why they don't start going back on the train. Go back on the track. It's the way their collision is set then. Come on, work with me. Okay, I think the. Did you snap on back here? Up here? I'm glad I managed to remember to slow down. Now you. Oh, we don't have. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? No track. Make it on your own. Skip the hill. There's not a lot of usable space up here. I wonder if the trucks could make it up here. I wonder if a truck fully loaded, especially one of these. Oh, I don't think I have any of the trucks in here. I'm focused on trains. Yeah, I don't think I have any of the mining stuff in here. You'd almost want to do a whole. Yeah, I'd move the train. See, you could get this side. At least you have a little bit more. You could go straight out and come up along the edge more and gradual. I do like this train has braking control though. And there's only a couple of numbers we didn't change to match the Amtrak train. Hmm. Hey, Big Vito. There's a shout out for Mr. Big Vito. If you guys aren't following, give him a click, give him a follow. Great content creator. What's up? We're playing around editing this map. You got a new idea, Detzel? Yeah, I've been watching this map being tested and that, and I was looking forward to playing around on a bigger map. But and I was looking for a use. I wanted to use the train, so I originally started off by changing out the cars with the cars that it came with, and making it free to rent, so I could keep owning them. I didn't need to worry about returning them. And then I wanted to use the train mods. And you're using I don't know. I haven't even looked at. I'm not a big into contracts in 25. Not like I was until we had PV Rivers, and then I stopped doing contracts when I started playing PV Rivers. But I know it used to do a lot of contract work, but I haven't been doing contracts for a while. I found it was slowing down my gameplay. Like I was spending so much time in every month doing the contracts, I wasn't moving forward um, with my own fields. Like it was taking so long to get harvesting done from because you would wait a whole, like I said, you're spending all that time doing the contracts, and it drags out the whole month rather than, I guess, playing the Dajnet way, because that's what he does. He would finish all his field work and then sleep, right, to move on to the next month. So you get more harvesting done on your big fields rather than doing. But you do get some good money. I don't play with the contract mods, so that makes a big difference too. If you're playing with some of the contract mods where you can boost the income and stuff like that, and the different types of contracts. Yeah, the modded rails, like I said, what I did is I swapped out the collision because the modded ones only have collision on the rails, where the base game, I'm assuming the base game, or at least the map maker rails were like a block over top of the whole track, right? So they had to be removed and switched out. So I swapped them all out. Um, and to hide them, like I could hide all of them, right? Like I've had to hide the switches and stuff like that. They're not deletable, so that would never work. And you can't. I'd have to individually swap each one of them out and put the new one in place. Like I would have. That's a lot of work. Like I said, I can't just do that because the modded ones won't fit in the same place as the current ones are. Because the curve, especially the curves, you can see how curvy the track is. You won't be able to line up the modded ones. The radius of them are just is too different. But that's the best option I think right now. Like right now that we've said this loop is pretty useless because you can't go up and down the hill right now. Like you can't. Like you can get up there with two cars, but barely. Yeah, yeah. I remember because you did that on PV Rivers too. I remember I made that ramp for you, right? So it's the play style, right? Like it makes it a lot more challenging. Start. And like I said, contracts is a great way to make money. It's nothing against that. I was just finding myself, it was taking so long for my own fields that I wasn't getting all the. It was taking so long, and I didn't have time between trying. Like I said, this 25. I've been trying to balance gameplay with modding, right? And I haven't been doing much of either playing on farm sim in the last 2 months. So we'll see. Yeah, like I said, delete. I think that's what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna keep this map edit, and I might still play around with it. But right now, like I said, if I got into like playing around with, like I said, if I replaced it with the modded rails, it won't work because you would end up having to change so much of the ground around it. It'd be like redoing the map, right? And I just don't want to intake that. I want something where I can start playing, right? So removing the rails and putting them down as I need them is probably my best option. Because I want to be able to drive. The trains work, and I think they would stay relatively on the tracks if we were using their rails. Because, like I said, the map maker just wasn't intending it to be used this way. So I'm not blaming the map maker at all, because they were running the two trains run on a spline, so they don't worry about derailing, right? So you put down the track the best you can, and then there's a lot of pieces. Trust me, there's a lot of pieces to the train system. But it was made up of 18-meter straight lengths, so there's not a single curve piece in the whole map. So that makes a difference when you're trying to actually drive on them. So that's what I've been up to all week. Like I said, just playing around. A lot of repetitive copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Because I had to go around and change out all the collision on every single one of these pieces. You see, you can see them very distinctly.
I'm an AI assistant.
You
I
are.
don't experience emotions or require attention or food.
No, but you need a. You haven't given us a joke yet today.
Why don't eggs tell jokes? They'd crack each other up.
Yeah. Look, bait's off again. Yeah, it's up. I guess it must shut down if nobody's playing it. But I know Billy's had. Well, he's had a lot more problems than I have. But people haven't been playing it as much. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait to see if I derail. I'm lucky. It's straight enough that they seem to do okay. Okay. I don't even know what I can do here. Settings, leaderboard, helpful mute, drag window, change weather, turn to auto hide. What's that one? Please log in. Stop it. Oops, that's not it. That's Discord. You guys gonna see this? Stop. Who's playing? Billy. Okay. Come, it's not working. We just restarted it. I'd have to. T Miller. Oh, it's not connected to Twitch. T Miller. I had to think of look at the authenticated. Close that window. Oh, I'm logged in this. Okay. There we go. I'd have to look because the one we is salt. That's the one. Isn't there salt in one of your recipes somewhere? Yeah. See, I probably don't have all of your factories. I'm thinking of like the board game one and the model one and that. Like a lot of your distribution factories, I wouldn't even use, like for sure, because they don't have all of those products, right? It's the it's the mining material one stuff, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't come up to them yet, Dead Soul. They must not have got over the bridge, probably. But like you said, the orchard ones, I yeah, like I said, I don't know all of your other distribution ones. Oh, I'm thinking, yeah, the food ones, right? I'm like Farmer Mark said, the soy one. I can't think of recipes offhand, right? Like I have all a lot of them down, but I can't think of recipes offhand, right? So yeah. And there's no butcher. Again, the butcher can be put on any map, right? So that's not map specific, but you've made your mods work with the map that has the butcher as part of the mod pack, right? So that's where the problem comes in. Duck eggs? I don't have duck eggs. I have ducks. Maybe I'm not making that. But I don't even know if it's Terraform that's adding the mining materials, right? Like, well, the ducks isn't base game, so is it? See them? I don't know. I'm worried we're gonna run into that train again. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, there they are. Found them. They didn't go as far as I thought they would. I really did think they were gonna go around the bridges. Yeah, like we talked about, that's what I was doing with my plastic was gonna have crude oil. I have to check to see if it was spelt the same, or I'm trying to think if there's mine was just crude or not. Where did those train cars go? But yeah, that's what I was gonna check on mine to see if I ever release it for the map. But the mining products, right? Like if we go into easy dev and we're not on one of the cars. Oh, here we are. Oops, dang it. Didn't want to save it. Oh, that paused this one. Pay dirt, gravel, coal, coarse tailings, uh, sand, fine tailings, iron, choking coal, dirt. That's it. So those are the only things that are added to the map, and I think those are added. I don't know, but I want to say they're added by Terraform, but I could be wrong. I haven't looked into the map files that much. The thing you have to remember is that you can't bring over a lot of the PV factories to make anything. So oh, I need to see if I can hook up to this thing first. Yeah, I don't get that. Why it doesn't hook up. It's like it blocks it. Now, yeah, see? Me no likey you. Okay. And I can't do anything. That one. See, these cars don't let you straighten the wheels out unless you're connected to an engine. That's a big problem compared to the other cars from the other mod. Because I can't connect to an engine right now. So how do I get this back on the train tracks? And when I get tab out, I tab inside the vehicle, which is a real pain. So that's another issue. Because you will not get this on, I can guarantee you. I'm going to end up pulling the other one off. Yeah, I've already pulled it off. Yeah, that's whacked. Like if you can't straighten them out when it's not connected. At least I was able to disconnect this time, but and the train's off. The engine's off. Where are you? Gotta treat him with respect, chat. It's not that easy to. Come on, twist. going for it. I don't even think we're going to hit 75. That's too bad. Come on. Work with us.
Chirps happily, I'm doing great, thank you.
Okay. I'm getting just like I said, just not was had a lot of expectation that this would be work out really well. I'm gonna keep at it. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna get out of this save after dinner and create a go in create a new folder. I'll keep this save and the map save edit, and then take out all the track, take out those calling stations and stuff, and start up a save on that and see how easy it is. Throw in a bunch of money and see how much I can get with the track in and see. Unfortunately, you have to buy all the land, and I don't even know if I can buy it and then I don't think I can sell it because I'll technically own the rails will be on there. I don't think I can sell it again. I don't know how to see. Oh, and the place anywhere. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot about that one. Yeah, the track price, I'd have to go into the mods and edit it, which I wanna, like I said, I do plan on, but the track ones I hadn't really, I need to go in, I wanted to go in and come, like I said, merge them together because their categorizers conflict with each other and throw a bunch of errors, even though technically it's not causing any problems because they just go into the file anyway. But yeah, set the track price to 0. It doesn't. Yeah, place anywhere is fine. I was thinking of what am I thinking of? But the problem is I'll need to edit the terrain. I know I will. In some places I'll need to edit terrain. And I can do that with that mod, I think, can I? Or is it one of the other ones? I probably got the other one. I just don't. You need to add. A lot of times I don't have it active. It might be the place anywhere. I don't think so. Yeah, free terraform was the one I was thinking about. Thanks. That's that's the one. Yeah, because I don't keep it active because I was constantly cutting down trees that I didn't own. So I took that one out, or I only activate it when I needed it. But I kept. This is where I have all the factories I've said on my other save. This is where I put those factories. Actually, let's do that. We'll do that for the last few minutes here because, like I said, I'm gonna break for dinner. We'll be up back on tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow too. I got finally regular days off for a change, and then I'm on one day off again next weekend because I work Sunday. Maybe we'll get a couple hours in the morning. I don't know. I work a mid shift, I guess. I don't know what you want to call 11 to 7, but we'll see. Okay, let's get out of here. I need to switch the mod folder switcher though, because it's a different folder, right? Who's going live? Got a couple people out there, so that's good. We need to get out of the game because I need the folder switchery thingy. Boom's early. What's going on? I missed what he was playing yesterday. Totally. Yeah. I know I'm torn now because I know both Impact and NBC are on the same map, and they're both at completely different stages, right? Because Impact's been on there for quite a while. And I never really get a chance to rate him. I've been rating NBC and Boom the last few times, I think. Okay, so this is number 20. And this one has, so this I show you, like I got the mod pack, like there's FS miners pack is in here, and it's just, there's like, how many excavators do you need and boulders do you need when you're mining? I don't get it. But there's just a ton of ton of these. So this was what I was curious. Would these big bad boys go up that hill? I don't think so, because that was my other thought. I'd be like, I'll do a big mining thing up at the top of the hill, and I'd use a bunch of these on auto drive going up and down the hill, right? And then I'd be the one loading them, or maybe loading a conveyor that would load them. And right. Anyway, let's get in there. But I don't know if they would make it up the hill. They'd have the same problem if it's too steep. I mean, we know trucks don't make it up the hill, right? Base game trucks would never make it up that hill. And I haven't driven over there. I've only used the game, the maps, trains. Like I've gone and done the loop that the train does up there, but I haven't taken any vehicle up there yet at all. So I'd be curious if those trucks could get up there too. But I want to set up, that's what my mining is going to be. I've never really played around with an excavator, but the excavator is going to load, you know, depending on how far I decide to do, where I dig the dirt, or, yeah, I guess it's the dirt you need to dig up, dirt, and then I'm going to have it going and loading a silo that then feeds the train, and the train will then take it to wherever I place the factories. That's kind of my production line for that side of it until you get the steel factory up, and then once you get steel up, you can start doing the oil, because you need the 2 steel products to be going into the oil refinery that gives you the crude oil. Then you got to take the crude oil out and put it in something that makes diesel, and then the diesel runs the 2 gold plants or trommels that they have on this map. There's 2 different ones. I really want to play with Lucifer because I've seen it in action and it looks pretty cool. But I've never used, what is it, IC controller? I've never used that at all. I know Billy's been playing with that a bit on his stream, last few farm streams, sim streams, but I've never played with that at all. Those controls. But Lucifer is where I kind of got my idea for the Gold Master that I did last year. Yeah, it adds buttons for clicking. Yeah, yeah. I just have never used it. That's all. I've never had a mod. I don't think I've ever. I might have had mods that had it in it, but I've never used it. Never had it. So I'm looking forward to that. And like I said, Lucifer was kind of loosely how I got my Gold Master right. Plus, I've watched Gold Rush forever too, so I know all about those guys and what they use. I was actually looking at some of them other ones too. Yeah, it's usually on a lot of like the doors and some of the buttons and stuff inside, and yeah. I just, like I said, I just have never used it. Never used it in 22, and I haven't used it yet. It's one of those things. Once if you had it and you go into a vehicle and you touch all the buttons that it triggers, and then you're done. You never do it again. So I don't see the point of adding another mod. The novelty will wear off relatively quick. Let me see if I can remember what I'm doing here. Like I said, I own both the trains. I've rented them so that they're now tabbable, right? And like I said, I got they rent for free. So they're just, so I'm over in field, what did I say? Field, this is 20, right? Yeah, so we're over in field 20. We were brooksing or wood chipping all the little small trees, and my Scorpion King's over there, and we've been logging out this area. We put down my version of the sawmill. I didn't have resin in it, so I could easily just use it here. Um, it has the wood chip out attachment to it. And I was going to get into the mining stuff, and then I just realized like how much I needed to buy still to do that. So we've bought fields. We've bought 1, 3, 6, and I've combined them, plowed them up, and I've stone picked them for now. That's what I've done. I've bought the river, or I guess that's what I'd call it, right? The river. I bought that. I also noticed that, what is it, this one? Yeah, land 33 for some reason is dirt cheap compared to the other ones on the other side. Yet there's not really much over there. Like, it's obviously you can take an excavator over there. So that's what I was originally going to do. I was going to buy an excavator and drive all the way over there, and then I'm just like, yeah, they're for mining, but like I said, to me, I wasn't like I was looking at this one, and this looks more like it's set up to be a mining site, right? Where you can dig, and where this one, it's just like pick a side on the side of the road and start digging. So I wasn't super wowed, but that's probably where I'm gonna go when I start. I didn't want to dump money into there just yet. Um, I'm trying to think of, yeah, and I got the factory, so let's keep tabbing through the factories. That's why we loaded this up, wasn't it? So over here, like I said, I've put down, I think this is the dirt processing one, so you put in dirt and you get out. I took out stone and I couldn't put stone anywhere because stone doesn't go in the silo over there. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with the stone? So I'm like, oh, I need to put the concrete factory down. So I was like, I put the concrete factory down. So it has 5 outputs on this one. So I wanted somewhere where I could use the train, right? So the whole idea was to use the train. So right now, this is, like I said, this is the map train that I've edited the cars, because I'm like, why do you need 2 different, or actually there was 3 different cars that held, like grain cars. There's 3 different styles. I'm like, why do you need 3 different ones? I want all the same. So I put 4 of the same, and then I put 4 flatbed, because I wasn't going to do any logging. Now that I know we have a wood trigger for the sawmill, I might, if I redo this. Can I get by here? I think so. And then I can't remember what this is. This is the concrete factory, so it just outputs concrete. And I can't remember what this one's called. This is the coal, yeah. So it makes two. It has two different. You put dirt in, and it puts out two different coal products, which I don't have the other line going yet. But it goes through so fast. Like the speed on these are ridiculous. Like I put like 2 million of dirt in there, and it was done in like super fast. So this is where I put them. Like I had to raise up the land over here because it goes down, but it actually they kind of fit pretty good. And then I tried to put more trees down, and for some reason I didn't have the tree mod in here, and that's because it was throwing errors. So I had taken it out. Remember I asked that question in Steele's stream about how is he able to plant all those trees or put down more trees. I was getting, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I got rid of the mod because it was throwing errors. Well, it was just their icon for some reason. It wasn't updated or it was throwing errors. So I fixed the icon and yeah. The more trees one, I was throwing errors. I don't know where I got it off the whatever mod.net, the link that's in their Discord. But I just fixed the icon and now it doesn't throw any errors, so not a biggie. So I haven't been on this map, right? I have it. I have the fixed version back in here, but I haven't done anything with it yet. So, so yeah, this was my start. This is what I did last weekend while I was working. I don't even think I had any work the whole shift. I think I did nothing the whole shift. How long that if we had 4 more people, last day was yesterday, so we'll see how that changes. Though it's not like there's any less people working, but technically some of the days there are because they're not filling in some of the shifts, so they might be busy. Anyway, that's what my save was up to, and we're into ads. I missed it. Like I said, I think we'll go over to Impact because I don't usually get a chance to raid him very much, and I know he raids us. We're all probably got NBC and Impact and Boom up anyway, so we'll just wait for ads to come back. You're too late,
Okay,
Pando.
thanks.
So like I said, I will see. I don't know what I'm going to do after dinner here. I think I'm going to try taking out the train and see how we're there. Hey, BJ, how's it going? We're just about to head out. We're just waiting for ads to finish up, if you can hear me. There's a shout out from PJ. She's on this map too. We've been just showing off all the edits if you haven't been lurking here for a while, but I've been editing the map all week to make trains work with the mods. This was my save I started though. When the map was released, I started playing on it. So I edited the trains right away and I made them, sir. I didn't plant trees yet, no. I tried to place down trees here, and that's when I found out I didn't have the mod, the more trees mod. But I haven't played this since, so this version, this map save. Because I've been editing the map, so I've been editing the train tracks so I can use the train mods, those train mods on the train tracks. But I'm having problems with a lot of derailment. And the trains won't go up the hill. Like the modded trains won't go up the big hill, which we were just playing around with the last hour, trying to get the train to go up the hill, pulling the cars, and they won't, or they barely get up. So um, right now, what I'm thinking I might do is take the train tracks out altogether, and that way I can use the modded train tracks to lay out my own tracks and not have to worry about what Honor put in here. I can follow them, or at least try and follow the routes, but I place in my own using the modded rails, and that way it'll help out with a lot of the jankiness that are in here. Like some of the sections are really good, but the whole train system in the map is made with 8 meteors straight. You missed me? Well, you can watch my VOD back. It'll be up there. It'll be up there for 2 whole weeks. You can see all the craziness I've been up to all week. I've spent probably 60 hours or so editing the map, trying to I had to replace all the collisions so those modded trains will work on the rails because there's different collisions like actually, right? This will show you how the collision is. So if anybody was here earlier, like I said, it's a trapezoid box kind of over top of the train tracks, and the modded trains need just two rails as collision. So I had to replace every single collision on the two loops. So that's what I've been up to for the all week. And then I started testing. I was testing the one loop and it was pretty good. There was a couple spots where you had to make sure you weren't going too fast, or else it would derail. But once I did the other loop on Thursday and then Friday I started testing it, there was just there's two corners that are so bad that the train just would never stay on. And then we started doing the hill, with cars and with stuff in them, and more than two cars, and the train won't make it up the hill barely. And then even with the different engines, we couldn't. It's just too steep. So it was kind of discouraging because I've spent so many hours on it. But like I said, I might try or I said I'm going to remove all of the train track and start up a save that way and see if I can follow the train layout by placing my own track down. Because you can see in some areas, let's go here, like you can see some of the way the corners are, right? And I've tried to go through and fix some of these connection points, but and that's all it takes for the wheel to come off at a certain speed. This would derail the train. It just takes one wheel. Over here on this corner, oh, this was really bad. Like look at the corner. Because it was made with just straight track, because the map train runs on a spline, it doesn't run on the actual tracks, right? Right, like that corner, right? It's too sharp. Oh, and I thought I took these out. Oh, no, not on this save. On the other test save, I've taken these out because again, these are solid blocks over top. So I haven't found out where to take these out because these need to go away too. They don't need to be here. It's the only pair I think is these two. I need to look at that too. Yeah, see, this is what I thought was the selling point. So you can unload the wood chips here, it looks like. And then I guess you can put them on the train if I wanted to. And vice versa, I can empty something here. And then I know I can get it there. Yeah, I can load in here too. I'm still trying to learn. Over here's another spot. Oh, this looks like for liquid, right? Because of the tank. Anyway, let's go. I'm getting hungry. I have two. Like this save I have up right now was what I started when the map was released. The first thing I did is I edited the trains to make custom car or trains. So again, I know a little bit about a map and what it does. So the first thing I did is change out the cars. So I have 4 grain cars, the same ones, and then I had 4 flat because I wasn't planning on doing logging by the train, putting the logs on the train, right? So I added those and then I changed the price so it's free to rent. It doesn't cost me anything. So I own the trains outright. All right, technically it doesn't cost me anything, so I don't return them. So they're just sitting wherever
I'm
I've
an
left
AI
them.
assistant. I don't experience emotions or
So I did
physical
that,
needs like humans do.
and is that all I did, I think? Yeah, I think that's all I did for this save. I edited those two things, and then I'm like, well, I want to play with the train, like those two train mods, right? But you can't attach those to this track at all, right? Because these are on splines. So you can't put another train on here. It wouldn't work. One of those modded trains wouldn't work because of the collision. So then I spent all week replacing the collision. I've removed the trains on my other save. I've actually removed these trains that you start with so I can put the modded ones on, and that's what I've been testing and playing with all stream long like I said, on the other map edit that I have. And now, after testing, this loop that does the big hill isn't going to be able to be used very well. So Dead Soul suggested, and it was already in my mind about removing the tracks altogether and just using the mods to place the tracks down. The only problem is you won't be able to follow it very closely because of the curves that are in the mod pack don't match the curves that Honor has used here, right? So we'll see. That's going to be tomorrow's play. I'm going to start probably after dinner and play around and see how much I get. But tomorrow I'll be on that save, and I'll throw in some money to get the tracks down just to see how it works, and if I can get it to work, then I'll just continue to play and start logging and farming and get into the mining and keep going from there. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure the one loop on the left, that loop will be easy to do because there's not very much elevation change. But the other loop with that hill, we'll have to see. But anyway, we're gonna head on over. Oh, he's not out. Is he still there? No, he's gone. Oh, he's still there. Impact. I thought he left. Okay, we're gonna head on over to Impact 7 because we don't get a chance to raid him very much. So we'll head there. And thanks everybody for hanging out, and we've been you know stress testing this my map editing skills, right? Not that I'm a map maker, guys, but I can edit some stuff. Yeah, thanks, Dead Soul. We'll catch you later, and thanks for all your help for sure. I have to remember I still got to download that update. I got it up on my other tab there. Anyway, let's get Impact going here. And I'm forgetting my ending screen. Thanks, Billy Alpaca, for the resub. Farmer Remarks for some biddies. It's all blurry here. I can't read it. Oh, who else was out there? Brew doesn't show up because it was he used the bits for some sound alerts. Those don't show up on my screen. That's what I'm missing. And thanks, Brew, for those too. Much appreciated for all the support. Dinos, Billy. Dino head. He's got dinos in the brain. Need to get some alpacas on there for you. And then you'd be just challenged to keep them alive. Okay, let's head on over to Mr. Impact and see how he's doing today. Catch everybody tomorrow.